careful. Oh! Kikoemasu ka? Kikoemasu ka? How is everyone? Guys, I tried to eat lunch before this. It was not good. The green beans, today was their last day. They smell like feet and vinegar, and I tried to eat them, and they taste terrible. It tastes terrible. Horrible. Horrible even. And I'm still hungry. I do have, I don't know. I have this cake my mom got me. It's like a processed pre-made cake she got on a trip. So perhaps I will eat this instead. Yeah, tried to be healthy, tried to eat the green beans, that's not happening. I do actually like how green beans taste though. Did you consume any souls recently? Just my own. Yo. I like green beans, but these ones taste like butthole. These taste terrible. So we're gonna eat, horrible. Skips veggies, but eats dessert, yeah. This one's a pineapple cake. So it says. So it claims. She got a pineapple cake and a coffee cake. I ate the coffee one already. It's pretty good. Open sesame. Ah! Well, man, if I eating cake, wait, I should probably go make a coffee. Sorry, guys. No, I just got here, but it's coffee time. I actually woke up at a pretty reasonable time today. I woke up at 6 a.m. And for some of you, that might seem like heresy. But I woke up at 6 a.m., which is way better than waking up at 2 a.m. Thank goodness. Who's that Pokemon? A demon. From hell. Wait, where? Come on. From hell! Coffee time, yeah. It's almost a normal time, can't argue with that. I forgot when I slept last. What the heck? Why are you up still? Why are you up still? Why are you up still? I don't understand. I'm proud. I'm actually gonna make a cup of coffee really quick. It'll just take me a second. Here, where's my mouse? Here's my mouse. Listen to some sick beats, my friends. Oh yeah, get him! Get him! Is this playing through the output as well? I don't know. Wait. Okay, yeah. Can you hear the music? Alright, I'll be right back. You stay there. Be right back. I'll get a, only hearing it once, I think, yeah. I'm gonna get my coffee, and I'll eat this cake. I'll be right back. we doing, gamers? How are you doing?
How are you doing?
We have coffee now. Ugh. Yes, love this music. I love this music too. Which honestly, I am not the kind of streamer that should be playing music like this, to be honest. My streaming music should be more silly wacky to fit my theming. However, I just like calm music. I'm sorry. Feel like crap because of the weather, huh? Oh my god. Yeah. But, today, I am having a pineapple cake. It's not opening. I have destroyed this mechanism. I have done it. It's in like a shrink wrap. It seems a little odd. We have Higurashi, so it's good. You'll survive the day now that we have Higurashi, huh? Alright. Let's see how this is. I always get worried with processed foods like this, you know? Because I always assume, like, okay, it's either gonna be... Okay, I never look at a processed food and I'm like, that's gonna be good. But I'm like, okay, it's either gonna be passable or it's gonna be like... It's gonna smell like preservatives. It's gonna be like pickle or something. Whoa! Okay, I should maybe specify it's a rum cake. And it smells like pure alcohol. It's true. Highlight of the week. Yes. Yes. I don't know what I'd do without coffee, man. It's the best thing in the world. How's everyone doing, huh? This is your last stream of the week. Last one of the week, right? Where did we leave off? I do not remember. Yeah. Usually I cut these cakes. I'm just gonna rip it apart. Oh, wow. That's actually very good. Damn, it's still morning and Melissa's getting turned. Yeah. I'm having alcohol and coffee at the same time. Wonderful thing. I wonder what I would be like as an alcoholic. Cause like, you know, you have drug addicts, you have the alcoholics, but I'm always wondering, like, okay, how would that person, do they all just like default to the same personality after doing that stuff? Or do they have like unique alcoholic personalities? More unhinged? Oh god. Is that possible? Perhaps. I'm pretty unhinged as it is, but I think I have a time and place sensor in my head, you know? Some become more violent, others just real sad. Wow. You have the erratic ones and the depressive ones. Would I be an erratic one or a depressive one, you think? I've had both. The only times I've gotten drunk, right? The only times I've gotten drunk, I am kind of like... You know? I'm like both silly. I have silly moments, and then other times I'm like, some people just pass out. Last time I got drunk, I just vomited like crazy. I don't know, alcohol is so unappealing to me now. Like, I wasn't really excited to try it before, but especially now, since I got drunk in Norway and I got super sick, I am like negative alcohol attraction. Like, the idea of alcohol just makes me nauseous. You could be a very well high-functioning alcoholic. Really? You think I could be a high-functioning alcoholic? Yippee. Straight edge mozio. Yeah. But you got a funny story out of it? Is it funny? Perhaps a bit. Perhaps a bit. Most of it was just pain. That was when the bloat of the century happened. You know, after I had that alcohol, that's when the bloat of the century happened. Did you Did you ever end up baking something for that girl? No. I left. I never saw her again after that day. I never saw any of them again. So, kind of maybe it's for the best. Oops! The bloated of 84? Yeah. I'm too old to be doing that. Because, like, in Norway, I think they can drink alcohol at 16 or something. So for them, they get that out of the way when they're super young. For me, that was, like, my first time. I was way too old for it. What an impression you must have left. Yeah. American lightweight, I suppose. Yeah. This is a good cake. It's called a... Wait. I ripped the top off. It's called, Tortuga. Caribbean rum cake. It's pretty good, though. Pretty good. Pretty moist for a rum cake. I wonder how much... This looks like one of those things that you pay $20 for. Like, for this little tiny cake. It's got, like... I don't know, I ate half of it in, like, 3 bites, so... It's, like, a little bit bigger than your average donut. Port City, nice. Tortuga? Sounds tasty though. It is good. I think I like this one more. The other one I had, this is pineapple, and the other one was coffee. Spiked desserts tend to be pricey. I'm not really into it because it's spiked. I'm into it because it tastes good. Historians write Moses coalescence in Norway. It's a place in Haiti. Oh. I got it from my mom. She gave it to me. Man, what has happened? I've talked to you too recently. I don't have as many stories to tell you today. I was hanging out with the girls before this though. I was hanging out with Elia and Spica right before this, and I was like screen sharing my model to them, like my new model, and I was typing to someone, and when I was typing, it turned like all my expressions on, so I turned into this like they kept posting screenshots in our chat, but I turned into like an eldritch abomination. Let me just say. My mouth became a very odd shape, let me say. My mouth became kind of an inappropriate, perhaps a bit phallic shape when I was typing, so. Very interesting, I'll say. Alright? Yeah. I've been, rigging my model. Not much has happened. I mean, I haven't been awake for that long. Usually I'm up since, like, 1 a.m. before I do this. Or at least the past couple days I am. This time, I've actually been up from a reasonable time, so. Were you pogging? Sort of, yeah. It was like a sad face mixed with like a triangle mouth. So we'll lose Shadow Mozu, but gain Omni Face. Well, you can always get Shadow Mozu again. Shadow Mozu is just the result of like, it's just a result of a VTube studio toggle. Yeah. After debut, you have to show us that? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. How are you feeling? Like this. So true. So true. I mean, when they all combine, it's always like a vaguely negative face, I'd say. Translator's note, all according to Cake. So true. So true. But, yeah, I don't really know. Yesterday I was so tired, though, guys. I was so sleepy yesterday. I actually rewatched my entire VOD. I don't know why I did that. But I rewatched my entire Marwin VOD from yesterday. I was so sleepy. I don't know. There's a bubble in my throat. Yeah, we could tell. I yawned like probably 20 times in that stream. Maybe more. But something I know. So, I don't usually completely watch. I don't usually completely watch my VODs or anything like that, but I don't know, perhaps I am a bit, maybe it's because I'm egotistical, but it's actually pretty easy to just, like, leave me on in the background. My voice makes pretty okay white noise, I think. Well, at least it sounds like you're not sleepy now. Yeah, I'm drinking this is my second cup of coffee, my 4th espresso shot. It was still great. You definitely seemed to be feeling it at the end, though. Yeah, by the time I got to Nitchiflectigus, I was like, ugh. I was up way too long. Most people, they're like, oh, I can stay up for 15 hours. For me, I'm like, I tap out at 10 hours of wakefulness. That's a little bit much for me. Nitchiflectigus, yeah. Man, I'd never describe it that way, but you are. Can be easy to listen to. What does that mean? What does that mean? Well, it's nice to listen to. Even Moser likes Moser. Well, yeah, I don't know. I have a very interesting way of speaking. I was able to pick up. This is something I didn't notice as much. I think I have more of an accent than I thought I did. Like, obviously, we had the deer moment yesterday, but I was listening to it, and there's sometimes when I speak, I have kind of a southern lilt. And I didn't know. Usually when I had like that, I don't know how to describe that thing I do. I go like this, I go like that. I don't know. So sometimes when that happens, it's like that. Sometimes, yeah. It's subito. It is. Never change. I don't mean to do it or anything, but I guess it surprises me, because usually I always thought, like, oh, no one can tell that I have any southern part of me. No one can tell that, right? No one can. But the more, I don't know, I feel like it's more apparent now. I'm not sure if I was always that way or if it's gotten worse with age. Well, quote-unquote worse. Comes and goes. Didn't know that's a southern thing. What's a southern thing? No, not like yelling. Yelling isn't the southern thing at the beginning of your sentences. Yelling at the beginning of your sentence is not a southern thing. I just mean a lot of the time when I speak like that, that's when a southern lilt tends to come out, is like at that initial syllable. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was explaining to, we were talking about accents, Elia Stellaria and I. We were talking about accents, and I was explaining how I had a southern accent. Yeah. I don't think it stood out to me because I'm used to hearing that sort of thing. Oh. Maybe when we started demanding the Southern Belle, it removed a filter in you. My limiters. Destroyed. Rot useless. Cast aside. Wait, I should probably close. I did it. I killed Discord. The world is saved. Why do I have so many things in my tray? Hold on, what the heck is all this stuff? Oh my gosh. I have like 8 billion things in my PC tray. I've downloaded so much malware, guys. No more Discord kittens. No Discord kittens at all. No Discord kittens at all. Man, I'm trying to think of like what I can tell you about. A lot of stuff that's updated today is all things that are extremely confidential, so I can't tell you. Oh my god! This is suffering! All the things that are exciting that I want to talk about are all secret. I'm gonna go crazy. I worded it wrong, didn't realize it was a southern accent. Oh, like my accent? A little bit. I don't really know if you would say the majority of my accent is southern or not. What would you say? What would you guys say? What is the majority of my accent? Huh? Is it possible? Like, I know, obviously, I have a very American accent. But what is like, the general accent of mine? Do I sound northern, midwestern, southern, west coast? I don't know. You can't tell us. Really, though, glad to hear things are progressing at least. Yeah, give us a hint. I can't give you a hint. I hear no accent. Well, Zunian accent. Very unique. Yeah, it's not that you have a southern accent. It just becomes really southern occasionally. Really southern. Extremely southern. Orange. Good answer. I can't tell accents. Oh my goodness. Ugh. cartoon-land accent. I do sound a bit like a cartoon character. Accents are so invisible to me most of the time, yeah. I don't know, I know, but I don't want to say because it's a specific place. Here? I guess Marl it to me. Marl your guess, I suppose. If you're concerned, you might have a dead ringer. It sounds unique to me. I just thought it might have been a result of American mixing with a foreign family accent. Foreign family? Oh, well, most of my family's from all over the world. Yeah. And even then, even within the US, I have family from all over. I have very southern family, I have very northern family, I have a Midwestern family, I have a Vietnamese family, I have a Norwegian family. I don't know, my family's kind of all over the place. Mozzarella peach accent. Mozzarella peach accent. Is that so? I think perhaps undercover agents everywhere. It's so true. It's so true. I got eyes on every continent. But I feel like a global family, government experimental genetics. So true. I feel like the biggest thing with me is that I speak in a weird way. I don't think it's an accent as much. I go like this before I start talking sometimes. And I go very sometimes when I speak. I make that kind of noise. I don't know, and I'm very nasally. I don't know, I have a very unique voice. But I don't think it's necessarily cropped up to an accent. It's just every once in a blue moon, a little bit of a southern accent slips out. She's an experimental amalgamation of accents. So true. Just needs eyes on Antarctica next. Like penguin accent. Leopard seals are so scary, man. You know one's killed someone before? Leopard seals are so scary. They've killed one person. The person went scuba diving on an expedition. The leopard seal came, grabbed her, and dragged her to the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean and drowned her, and then let her go. That's crazy. They're scary. They are scary. Can you imagine? Yeah, they said based on like how it happened, she must have seen it coming and wasn't able to outswim it. So she was watching this leopard seal swim directly at her to attack and drown her. They're giganormous and they have very scary faces. They're not really cute at all. Leopard seals are scary. Hold on, let me find that picture of a leopard seal. This thing's evil. This thing's an evil creature. God made this to sample hell. To give us a sample of hell. Look at this thing. This thing's evil. The ocean is a dangerous place. Look at that face. That's what it sounds like it makes. That's what it looks like it would sound like. Like that. Jesus, that's a natural born killer. Ready to clubs. No, that's fur seals. They're cute. People don't club these ones because they'll get killed. It'd kill me, but I'd still pet. I think they're kind of cute. Nah, there's cuter seals out there. There's cuter seals out there, I think. I don't have to be in love. They're like these ones are like river otters. Or what are they called? Giant otters. It's like a giant otter. Have you seen a giant otter? They are the biggest mustelid. They are 6 feet long. Let me find a picture of a giant otter. Wait. Wait. Hold on. I just had a revelation. Okay, guys. You need to tell me if you see it. Hold on. No, flip horizontally. Hold on. Let me show you. Where I need to find it. Where is it? Hold on. Okay. Alright. I found it. Tell me! Tell me I am wrong! Oh my god! Look! Look! Look at it! It's the same thing! Ah! What the hell? What the heck? What the heck? It's the same thing! Oh my god. I can't see the... Oh my god! They're making the exact same face! They're the same picture. What are they saying? They're looking at me. What the heck? Closer than I thought. Moses knows too much. Look! I figured it out. I cracked the code. He's a giant otter. I love clicking open stream. Come on! Look at this! What the heck? What are the chances? I can't believe I just found this. What the heck? The world is a crazy place. They're always like, you need to step your life up, bro. I can't believe that. Oh. Average reaction to a Moses stream? Yeah. Otter bros in his element, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. That's crazy. Otter milk. Bald bear. That wasn't a bear. That was an otter. I feel when no schedule and the Mozumian reserves empty. Guys, do you guys still expect a schedule? Come on now. When was the last time, bro? When was the last time? No, I should do a schedule though. It sucks because so many of my days I can't do anything though. So many of my days I can't do anything. Can't do anything Wednesday, can't do anything Saturday, can't do anything Sunday. It sucks! It sucks! Look it up, it's gargoyle. Gargoyle? What? What are you talking about? Gargoyle. There's no schedule, you just need to attune yourself to the energy. You need to read my mind. Come on. What? You didn't just assume I was gonna stream that day? Do you even care about me? Do you even know who I am? Need that one stream schedule, yeah. Schedule? What's that? Yeah. A lot of schedules I've seen only have like 4 slots. That's true. I mean, I guess most people stream very few in a week. Like, most indies I see stream like 2 or 3 days a week. I'm always surprised by that. Because I never realized it. I'm like, oh yeah, this person, they're like a streamer. And then I realized, wait, they stream like twice. Or maybe once a week. Yeah, I need to be a prophet and see through my crystal ball. Yeah, you need to read my mind. You need to read my mind or you just don't care. You just don't care about me. It's so obvious. Mom. My nose! Okay. It's so Ove. Now I feel justified in refreshing Moses' Twitter and YouTube every 15 minutes. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? I try to avoid looking at my channel as long as it's not like me hearting comments or starting a stream or like scheduling. I don't like looking at my channel. It makes me anxious. What the? Oh my goodness. I just regurgitated like foam into my mouth. It was like proper foam. How does that even occur? Why is there foam in my body? Why am I foam dispensing? Did I shower today? No, I haven't showered in like a week. Rabies? No, but the rabies, that's different. That doesn't come out of your throat. The rabies like froths up in your mouth or something. That would come out of your, that would be saliva. Becoming espresso. Is espresso fromy? This espresso's kind of flat right now. Stop eating styrofoam? Make me! Thank you for coming. She discovered the car wash we put in her stomach. Is the froth caffeinated? How would I know? How would I know by froth coming up through my throat if it's caffeinated or not? Let me test it. Let me regurgitate it again, swab it, and we'll run it a couple tests on it. Wow. For some reason that just reminded me of a Nile Red video. You guys know Nile Red, the like scientist guy. I bring him up because I want to say he does this one thing that drives me up a wall. He does this one thing that drives me up a wall, and I can tell it's completely intentional. Completely intentional to like how do you say? Completely intentional in order to get people, keep them watching, right? And this is what it is. He says everything as if it is leading up. It's like he's saying it as if something really bad is gonna happen next. So he goes like, I had assumed that if I had done this, then the caffeine content would be removed. And then you assume like, oh, okay, he's saying like it's gonna be wrong, like that did not happen. But then it does happen, perfectly fine. And I'm like, why did you say it like it went wrong? He does that throughout his entire video. Like, I enjoy his videos, but every time he does it, I'm like, you're giving me so much anxiety when nothing bad happens. It's like that. That's a good trick, yeah. It's that sounds really annoying. It's not so much annoying as it's anxiety inducing. That's what you call a masturbate, yeah. Masturbate. Gotta keep those eyes on the video for the views. It works for shorts, but he does it in his normal videos too. I hate when people do that, we'll get back to it later thing. Oh my god, the worst thing ever is when someone does a short and they're like, check out the results in part 2. Every time someone does that, I dislike. My favorite thing in the world is the dislike option on YouTube. I think having dislike option, oh yeah, and also, if you have the ability, constantly send creator feedback if you can. If you see something on YouTube you don't like, click on your icon, go down to send feedback, click on it, and then you can highlight anything on the page that you want to say you don't like or something, or send feedback about. And you can just do that constantly. Don't recommend this channel as a godsend? Yes. Precisely. Oh, to Google, yeah. So do that. Constantly, use your gal to give him the right to dislike. And use your feedback possibility. Nile Red Blue... What? Are you okay? Are you alright? What is this? Okay, remember it for the next Moser short. No! I get plenty of dislikes. Send feedback, select all. I like the Moser, yeah. Nerd Rage is a channel. I want to tactfully remove the air from their lungs with my comically large hands with check part 2. Oh my gosh. It's just so, it's so transparent. Like, dude, sometimes I go to their channel just to check, right? I go to their channel just to check. And you see, the views have dropped off so hard on the second one. I'm like, yeah, serves you right. Serves you right, you jerk. Serves you right. Yeah, Shorts is a dystopian landscape. was the last time we did Higurashi? Has it been... Wait, how long has it been? Has it been 2 weeks? What the heck? What? Let me check. What the... I'm curious. I'm curious. Okay, there's this one on August 18th, and the last one was July 29th. So it has been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 2 weeks of Higurashi missed. Though, to be fair, I'm like the most consistent with this. When was the last time we had a Morrowind stream? So, you know, it was yesterday the 17th. And then before that, the last time there was a Morrowind stream was... Oh my god. No way. Wait. Oh no. Oh my goodness. June 2nd. So it'd been a month and a half since the last one? 2 months. Month and a half, yeah. There are times I click a video where I click a video to find out it's part 2 and I'll go watch the part 1 first if it's actually interesting, yeah. All the way back in Norway, right? Yeah. Oh my god, it was on your schedule image! Oh my god, I need to update it. Thank god it's back now, yeah. Oh my goodness. That's 21 days without Higu! The world is ending! There's only so much time. There's only so much time in the week to do streams as well. It's like, I don't know, it feels kind of suffocating that I can only do 4 streams a week. I know I have not been doing that, so it's like, what are you complaining about? But like, I don't know, man. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that I can't do it for 3 days. You know, that really limits my window. But, I don't know, it's just difficult. Yeah, the 4-day thing is going to be annoying going forward. Yes, because I can't even... The biggest problem is that those days can't even be, like, height of productivity. Because the majority of things... A lot of the things I need to do is record. And I can't record when she's home for the same reason I can't stream when she's home. It sucks. It sucks. Dude, every single time I do a silly voice or I have to record something... Listen, man, I don't mind doing my shameless, like, anime recording kind of stuff. But I can't do it when she's listening and, like, I don't know, I feel like I have this, like, feeling that she's just gonna record me and send me to, like, one of the people that she's talking to on Tinder or something to make fun of me. Like, look at my cringe sister. It just seems like something she'd do. I can't take any risks. The rotation of the Earth must be slowed. Wish she'd understand it's your job. I mean, she knows it's my job. All she says... It's fine, protect your chastity, Moses? What? What does that have to do with anything? What the heck? What is it? Huh? What? Huh? What the heck? Chat's wild in today, man. What the heck with all the crazy people? No? What the heck? Is this Higurashi stream's not getting recommended to people, is it? Higurashi is like such a filter content. Yeah, what the heck is happening? Grind streams are gonna start popping up of Moses just doing work. Grind streams? What are you talking about? You're saying you want me to do, work, what do you call it? Work along? What is it called? Co-working. You want me to do co-working streams where I just kind of sit in silence. I sit in silence and like scratch my butt or something. It's been oh my god. I got bored and checked out the channel. I saw you streaming then. Yeah. Well, I've seen you before, I'm pretty sure. There's no way it would. Being real. Yeah. The rock eyebrow raise plus vibe boom. I can't raise the other eyebrow. I can only raise one. That's the best I can do with the rock. You could? I'd watch. You'd watch me do what? A wink? It's cute. No! I was trying to do the rock. It's the best I can do. She can do a little wink animation though. Do it! Do it! No. Do it! No. Do it! Oh, that was like weird. She was like upset. Oh wait, what did I do? Something's not right. Her face like started moving weird. Oh yeah, I can just make her mad. She's like struggling against my... She's struggling against my angry face to be like, moe. Oh my god. Did you make that wink or is it just in there? It's an animation. I can make her wink in an animation. I have an animation on my new model. I have an animation on my new model. You guys will see. I think you'll like it a lot. There could be a sound blocking material installed if it'd be worth to help do more recording and or have peace of mind, though it's not cheap. Well, I have a lot of stuff. I even have a windshield. I just don't put it up because it's such a pain, man. But I have this thing. Hold on, let me see if I can get it to work with you guys. You are inside you're inside my windshield dome. This is made to cut out any like background sound. It's on the mic right now if you hear like shuffling sounds. Oops, I'm like clipping onto it. Because you're supposed to screw this onto the microphone stand, which is a lot of work and I don't do that usually. But I do have it is a sound booth. It's like a mini sound booth. It's like a mini sound booth, but I never use it because it's so big it blocks everything on the screen. Basically, it's not useful unless you're recording. It's not useful for streaming because it blocks everything. Because it's like the entire thing when you use it. Okay, get off of it. But yes, I do have that windshield. I paid like $80 for it. I've had it for years. Feels like I'm in a plastic bin. It's like this foldable, rounded metal thing that goes around the entire mic and it's filled. I think your voice sounds better without it. I'm just not using it right now. I didn't set it up, okay? Me just putting it in front of it. I promise you it does sound better if you can actually use it, but it's too much. It's just too much to use. You got stuffed into the same trash can as Mozu ASMR. Yeah. POV, you were in a barrel and about to be turned into soap. Yeah. But yeah, it's filled with soundproofing foam. I probably should use it. It's just such a hassle, man. It's a hassle. I don't like having to screw it on and off. Most of dumbs lie on you, ASMR. Yeah. POV, you were in a barrel and about to be turned into soap. Yeah. Oh my goodness. ASMR ideas. I do wonder if doing like a really weird gimmick ASMR is worth it or not. Like if it should just be like general voice type content, you know, like how I've been doing like Neat or the mom or that kind of stuff. Or if it should be like specific scenario that's really weird and specific. Yeah. If my skin was turned into soap with Mozu by my side, I'd be unstoppable. I think it would be soap. I think that's what it'd be. You'd be unsoapable. Except not unsoapable. You'd be very soapable. We should start Higurashi. How about it? Oh yeah, I forgot this is what we're doing. Well, that's quite a change of pace, isn't it? To go from what we were doing before to this. kind of weird. Tomatake, he's like supposed to be just like a young adult. He's like in his 20s, but it always seems like he's so old because he has like full gray hair compared to other characters that are supposed to be older. Yeah, abruptly ended so back in the thick of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, because my internet died. I forgot. Shion's cold stare. Yeah. Is this Keiichi talking?
Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that. An incident. A person caused the incident, after all. Should they really put it down to the curse? Then, the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of damned proponents, he fell from a cliff while on a vacation and died. Apparently, it was an accident. Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end, it was judged to have just been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched. And then, on the next year, this time, the priest of this shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died. This might sound a little bit rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he just kind of didn't seem to want to bother. The shrine was a symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry, too. So at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyoshiro-sama's curse." And that's what they said. It did seem like every year, dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy.
Okay, I'll move the mouse over. I like pointing, okay?
Oh, and also, it's interesting. All of these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival.
Shwink!
What?
See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it?
Then the year after that, in other words, last year, the sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the damn opponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death. Of course, they caught that criminal.
See? Really seems like a curse, huh?
4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyoshiro-sama. That's not normal.
The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyoshiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years. Even younger people, too. At first they thought it was stupid, but now nobody makes fun of it.
Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real.
For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended. Well, I guess you're right.
Wait. I'm assuming that was Tomatake speaking? Oh well, imagine it was Tomatake.
Well, I guess you're right. If we didn't have Oyoshiro-sama to talk about, we wouldn't at all be coming to the festival like this, huh? There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so they really need to go to Oyoshiro-sama's festival.
I did not think I would hear Shion say the word infidel.
Shion nodded as if she was mocking herself. So, how about now? Keiichi-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the damn construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Well, I mean, I still don't think there's a curse. I can understand those that believe there is, though.
Wow, Kei-chan. You can really keep a cool head about this.
Shion grinned, realizing I had rejected the curse.
If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents?
Takano-san said, smiling playfully as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year someone dies. What should we make of that, then? Tomitake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid. Takano-san is suggesting that it might be the work of real people. The simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately.
Well, think about it. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right?
Pressed Takano-san. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just a few minutes ago, thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone else's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was either a curse, or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
If the culprit is a person, then they'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa. That's what the police officer, Orishi-san, thinks right now, too.
Hey, wait. That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the damn project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the damn construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was maybe... Audio cues are so funny to me.
People whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the damn resistance movement.
Shion dryly put the words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself.
If you calm down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion. There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project, right?
I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint.
One more thing. The police probably don't know about this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know it.
Huh? What?
Huh? Are?
Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down.
Sorry, but this proof...
Alright, no, that's sorry, but this proof... What is it?
Why would you tell him this, yeah?
It's the fact that one person dies,
and one more person disappears.
One more person disappears? Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again?
That's right. Suddenly, and without a trace.
As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a magic trick with her hands, like she were making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death, and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then, why? How does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit?
Well, actually, Hinamizawa has one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama to calm his wrath.
Sacrifices?
I'm thinking about this in terms of, hold on. I have itchy nose syndrome. My nose is clogging up. How does this factor into, whatchamacallit? Into how Keiichi's death in the first chapter goes? Because it didn't seem to follow the formula. 2 girls died, and then he dies. That's not like one death, one disappearance, right? So it broke the cycle. Whatever his was. Like, it still kind of fits with the cycle, sort of. Well, it wasn't even on with Tanagashi, though. It was like the day after. Shion just toying with this boy's soul on the string here, yeah. My nose.
Sacrifices?
Yes, they say they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp.
That's a horrible way to die. Drowning is scary. Also, bound with your arms. I would prefer... That's scarier than falling off a cliff or something. I don't like that. Maybe she's mistaken or lying? Well, actually, no. Takano-san and Take... Why am I forgetting his name? Toмотake. Takano and Toмотake were the Tanagashi sacrifices last time. But they... How does... Doesn't Keiichi's death seem kind of random?
Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did so.
As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See, even people a long time ago liked symbolism. As the body sunk, Oyashiro-sama's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep.
Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's.
This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's the secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who has been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it.
Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned about it all by herself, too.
I didn't know Takano was a foreigner.
I'm really not all that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it.
Toмотake-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute. What does that mean? The other person who disappears during the incidents. You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's Shion.
Yeah.
Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears. Well, Whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happened in the past, one person died and one other person disappeared.
Dang carpetbaggers.
For example, the first one, where the damn site manager was killed. Apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that just mean he managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. Well, that's basically what I think too. There was also the year after that, with the leader of the damn opponents. You said he fell from a cliff and died on a vacation, right?
Apparently, his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse.
The river under the cliff was actually pretty high at the time, though. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something. The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide, too. I thought I'd hear about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
Oh yeah. She's blonde, foreign. Oh yeah, and Shion's green hair is native to the region, of course. Ah yeah, my nose. Oh my god, this always happens to me. Help me! My nose is so itchy! Yeah. It's not like it's boogie or anything, it's just like itchy. It's just so itchy. Oh my god, okay. So wait, okay, so everyone dies and one person goes missing. I get the feeling that Oyashiro-sama is possessing one person close to the person they want to kill. I think that's what it is. Who? Oyashiro-sama possesses, I think like for example in the case of Reina and Shion, it's kind of uneven, but I think they possess them, and then they were meant to kill Keiichi, and then they were going to sacrifice themselves to the whatchamacallit. Assuming the curse exists, yeah. Oh, actually though, it seems like perhaps, what if there is more to it? So like, okay, we know that Satoko's brother went missing at that time as well. And Satoko's brothers seem to go missing outside of the Watanagashi festival. But wouldn't that double the amount of bodies in that year? But he went missing. Keiichi like was 100% dead. He was like super murdered. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're just assuming we have this rule of two kind of thing, but who knows if that's how it works, yeah. Perhaps there's another layer to it where there's always like someone who's trying to solve it that also dies. That's very astute of you. Yeah. Because like, what they set up in the first chapter is that there's always, there was also, Keiichi himself is a repetition. For all we know, maybe there are pairs of deaths and there's just multiple pairs. Yeah. It's just that the death of Reina and Shion just seems like such a deviation from the norm. Because clearly that didn't happen last time when, what was his name? I don't remember his name. What was his name? It also started with an S, didn't it? Or was his name Takeshi? I don't remember. What was his name? Satoko's brother. Satoshi. So I mixed them up. Takeshi and Sato mixed them together. There we go. Satoshi. The baseball guy. Yeah. Yeah. Bat-chan. Yeah. Nini. Yeah, Satoshi. I only remember because we made a Pokemon joke. Okay. Oh my god, my nose. Oh yeah. My goodness gracious. Yeah, so perhaps there's always a parallel to Keiichi in these stories. There's always a parallel to Keiichi, there's always a disappearance, there's always a murder. Dun, dun, dun. But I imagine the people in Higurashi probably, or not, in Hinamizawa, not Higurashi. The people in Hinamizawa probably wouldn't be as wise to, like, a Keiichi doppelganger every single time. Because his is a lot more quiet and, like, complicated. I do wonder, why did Oishi-san intentionally obscure the evidence? I'm assuming it was him, though. Okay. Alright, I should keep reading.
The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in their house the night that the priest died. It said something along the lines of her quelling Oyashido-sama's wrath through her death. The curse. It seems to turn up in this one, though. Well, we may never know the truth of that matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant, bottomless one Takano mentioned before. The police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse.
I have a stitch in my lung. Yeah. Clear didn't pin up some of the main cast is dead now. It resets. It's like a Groundhog Day. They died in the last chapter, and now they're back. Drag down the bogs, yeah. Remember, in chapter 1, someone actually goes in and censors Keiichi. If you are reading this, I'm dead letter. I know, yeah. Yeah, and I assumed it was Oishi censoring it, but it was very odd to think of why he would do that. The syringe and Oishi's name was censored for some reason. Dun, dun.
Someone dies every year, and in the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right. And the next year, what was it? The damn proponent's sister-in-law. She was killed.
Wait, that's not her. I mean, that's not Keiichi. Who is it?
In the same way, someone disappeared. It was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least that's the vibe I was getting.
Damn! She hate him. It seems like they know Satoshi pretty well. Why would they... I don't know, wouldn't they, like, hate Keiichi too if they just assume he is Satoshi? Like, he's the same? Because clearly they're very similar.
Well, that about sums everything up. One person always dies, and one person always suddenly disappears.
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact was that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means the first person who dies is because of Oyashido-sama's curse, and the second one who vanishes is because the villagers sacrifice him? Is that it?
Kei-chan, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of a curse, and someone takes away the second person to be a sacrifice.
But, Shion, that means the criminal's in the village!
That's what I've been guessing from the start. It's pretty shocking though, you know. We live in the Showa period. It's kinda hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing using some ancient justifications, huh?
She really just brought up the time in case we forgot about it. So I'm led to believe it is a curse now. because Shion is trying to lead us to believe it's not a curse. Clearly, Shion understands that there is a it's current year Keiichi. Maybe they're treating Keiichi like a do-over for Satoshi. Yeah, get him right this time. This moe visual novel rocking Metal Gear Final Room type music. Oh, it's not a moe visual novel. I mean, there's moe moments, but yeah. There's moe moments in Metal Gear too. Maybe want to toy with him. I don't think she wants to toy with him. It does seem like they wish he would just like be normal and like go along with their stuff. Shion has huge boobies. I'm sorry, I just keep looking. I'm like, her boobs are huge. Moe Gear Solid. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, my nose. How do you say it? So, yeah, I'm leaning towards curse now. I'm leaning towards curse now. Snake kawaii, understandable. Mostly her eyes are up there. They're covered up by text. Where am I supposed to look? Her necklace is also only half complete. Yeah, it's intentional. Okay, curse pilled hoe. Well, I think it's probably a mix of both. I think it's probably both, most likely. But Shion is definitely trying to cover something up. Because in the past, there's two methods going on here. I think Mion and Shion are trying to lean towards a similar conclusion, but they're going about it in two different ways. So, Shion is going the route of complete information, but if she tells him all the information, she gets to choose how he takes the information and how he receives the information. In Mion's route, she withheld the information, so then Keiichi had to find it on his own, which led him to distrust them and come to his own conclusions. It seems this time Shion is taking the opposite approach, where she gives him all the information out the outright, so that she can influence how he perceives it. Now, I know this. Maybe one natural, one curse? Oh my goodness, my nose. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using some ancient justifications, huh? It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got a feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much.
It definitely built trust with him to be upfront, I think, yeah.
Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and his epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light, no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her convictions seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion.
Oh yeah, my nose. Blah.
Then, everyone else, they all think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Neither Shion nor Takano-san answer that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said. Then, let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I'd hoped they wouldn't have one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught onto my palm. She gave me a pained smile. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite, and opened her mouth to speak.
All I said really just amounts to circumstantial evidence anyway. If any of us knew who it really was, we had gotten them into police hands already.
As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion had, and opened her own mouth. Well, I'd like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is. Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Tomataka-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter. You see, I just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So even for this string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seems to have some pretty deep roots around here.
True crime girl, yeah. This girl's evil. What an interesting girl.
Well, I don't really care if they ever catch the murderer. I just like thinking about how all the people here suffer and are tortured. Isn't it so fun?
I still remember, wait, which button is it to change her sprite? Which one is it again? Tab? What is it? No. Shift? Control. No! Not control. P! God, her sprite is... her new sprite is so bad.
Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in fearful awe of the people whose emotions I couldn't comprehend. Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watanagashi festival is coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear. Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear? I do wonder who will die tomorrow and who will disappear, though. Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder.
I don't like that face on her. I don't like that face. Good intuition? Intuition, yeah. Wait, I want to see Shion again. Oh, ew, she's making like an evil face. That's supposed to be an evil face? I always assumed that was like Shion's like Shion's gaudy face, like a isn't that crazy? Like that. But no, she's like evil. What is that arm expression she's doing? Oh my. Yeah, when you see their new sprite, it really drives home that they're evil. Yeah.
She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early.
More on the nose, yeah. I cannot drive myself to despise the newer sprites. Can't understand. It's okay. Not everyone can have taste. Hard to take old sprites seriously. I take them seriously just fine. I think they're way more subtle. I don't know. I think the new ones are both soulless and a little bit too on the nose.
Right. I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon.
You guys haven't watched enough media with very cutesy designs. Like, you guys are too old. You weren't around in the time of mascot horror. Not that I was in the mascot horror, but I've seen enough Littlest Pet Shop murder cases to take any silly looking creature seriously, as long as the story presents them seriously. Okay. Old ones are expressive, yeah. A little too on the nose, yeah. I've never been a fan of horror. I don't like horror either. Mostly.
You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san. Now Keiichi-kun thinks it's all true.
I apologize. It's that bad habit of mine again.
Said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiichi-kun, you should listen to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomitake-san seemed a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me. The stuff Takano-san just said is all fiction. If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Inamizawa, then we apologize for that.
Jeez, Jiro-san.
You apologize too, Takano-san. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had already dissipated.
Why does Takano call Tomitake by his first name, but Tomitake calls her by her last name? Well, yeah. Or wait, is it the other way around? Is Takano her first name? Or is that her last name? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My nose. I don't hate the new sprites, but approaching Higurashi blind with this playthrough, I like the indie feel of the old ones, whereas Tsukihime, I fully admit it's nostalgia making me like old designs. Because they Hey! Power and balance! A woman. The real criticism is that it looks like the camera's being held in the wrong hand. That's true. That's true. Well, it looks like maybe he's just pulling away. You need both hands to take a picture. Well, no you don't, but, you know, I assume he does if he's a photographer. I don't like that he's supposed to be muscular. Hold on, where's the P? I don't like that he's supposed to be muscular, because when I look at him, I imagine he's, like, semi-muscular with a little gut. Like, a more realistic body type, and then here he's, like, ripped. He looks like an insect. OTP, no TP. Alright, I'm just telling you. He's also like, wait, let me look again. He's like gray in the new one. He's got like a healthy tan here. He's like turns gray. He turned gray. He looks a lot older in the original sprite. Got baby face in the new one, which is saying something given the old sprites. I can tell he's supposed to be muscular, but not like that. Not like that, I don't think. Well, the new sprites is full on source for the curse. The source is I made it the heck up. Soulful meat grippers, yeah. Yeah. Him being muscular makes sense, though. Yes. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying he does not seem... Like, you can be... Most muscular people don't look like that. They look like this. Mitten hands and all. No, but like most muscular people are not completely sculpted like that. You can be extremely muscular without having super defined muscles. Sculpting your muscles and being muscular are two different things. Being well sculpted and being muscular are two different things. That require training. Newer sprite is more like a gym bro. Yeah. He did upgrade from a point and shoot to a DSLR though. I guess he did upgrade. He got a better camera. Since they bulk a lot. Also, I never hated the new sprites. They're fine. No, I'm not a fan. First off, Takano-san's boobs are smaller. She has less of an appealing body. Like, she's kind of hot, alright? She's kind of hot here. Here, not so much. And do you know what Takano-san's face looks like? No offense to the artist, but Takano's face kind of looks like a bad live 2D model. When they turn their head and their face is like all squashed. Is she hot? She's hot here. She's hot in the old one. Not in the new one, though. She's kind of got that... I see some artists have a problem drawing breasts where the some artists have a problem drawing breasts where the breasts are kind of like pectoral muscles. I think her clothes are cute. Yeah. It changed her clover into a diamond. Her face looks like she's on Shinjang. Yeah. Her entire sprite looks like it was hit with a shovel. Oh my god. Her hairstyle is cuter here too. I don't know, I like her lighter hair. And I like that it's more fluffy and not so like, I don't know, slicked down. Chest downgrade. Yeah, she got a huge chest downgrade. Her boobs are like, they are so much more voluptuous in the old one. Huh, mate. Oh my goodness, my nose is so itchy. I will say, I feel like, to me, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I will say, to me, Takano's new sprite kind of spoils that she's supposed to be evil. I'm assuming she is, though. I'm assuming she's supposed to be evil. Her new sprite makes her look evil. I didn't think she was... I thought she was kind of, like, weird before. I thought she was supposed to be, like, some sort of, like, ethereal person. Like, maybe she has, like, a spiritual connection or something like that. I didn't realize she was, like, just supposed to be evil. I mean, I should have... I guess from this conversation I should, but... Like, she's very clearly... evil. She's very clearly evil in the new sprite. Oh, yeah. My nose.
Kei-chan, you should get going soon too. Mion is the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight, so I'll just be going home.
Really? Then I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologize for making her wait, I guess. Yeah, you've been talking for a while. Well, now it definitely seems like she would like to watch you get dissected. Yeah, but that's kind of hot, though.
Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiichi-kun. Could you tell Mion-chan we're sorry for bothering you for so long? Yeah. I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure.
What? Listen, I'm just saying, like, she's got that praying mantis female feeling, okay? That's kind of hot, alright? A female praying mantis type girl, that's kind of hot.
Tomitaka-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle.
Okay then, Kei-chan. Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival.
We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about after all. We'll be making so much trouble it'll be hard for you to not find us. Shia and I said our goodbyes to Tomitaki-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us.
Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you.
Good at listening? No, not at all.
Oh, yeah. My nose. I'm gonna cut my nose off. Just normal nosy thoughts, yeah. So it's fine as long as she doesn't eat you? Yeah. What a weird thing to tell someone.
I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another.
Did you like my story today?
Well, it was pretty interesting.
Then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them.
I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch my head. Keiichi-kun, you can go now. Takano-san is just messing with you. They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Tomitaki-san call out behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow.
My nose.
When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long. Maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by. I heard that she went home talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me.
Oh man.
Serial murder incidents that happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of a curse. The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in.
What do you mean Showa period? Stop saying that. It's so stupid. You're so silly.
In the Showa era, by Pete's sake! How can this happen in the Showa era?
Stop it, Keiichi. You're making me giggle. Oh, damn. 1980s were a long time ago, huh?
I regretted it a little, though. It was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should just have let Mion pull me away from the crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me.
In current year, the current Showa period year, I know she's so itchy. Continue. Oh wow, that's a lot of tips. View tips. Oh my goodness. Go in order. Uh-oh. My nose! You sure it's not allergies? I don't know what it is. It always happens when I stream. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna rip my nose off. Get some ice. I don't have any ice. I don't have an ice maker. I don't have ice at all. You're allergic to us, it's true. It's the Mozu bite, yeah. Just get it cheap. I have an ice tray, it's just not filled with anything right now. Okay, here we go. I gotta go serious. Wait, water. I have a water bottle. Let's drink some water. I never asked you guys, how is the audio, by the way? Like there be an accurate nose toggle? I would just have to have like a red nose then. It's good? Good. Audio's good. Good. Alright. Seems fine? Yeah. Let's continue. I have to sneeze. No, I don't. It's like there. It's like there's a sneeze sitting there, and it's like you have to sneeze. Just kidding. No, you do. No, just kidding. That's what it's doing to me right now. No. It's so itchy. I have to I want to rip my nose off. It's so itchy. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the ancient Onigafuchi village, the anger of Oyashiro-sama, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere what eventually happens and what sort of divine judgment
curse befalls them when Oyashiro-sama is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, hell, and it's easy to imagine that they are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end.
Ah, my nose! It's so itchy, it's so itchy. It's the skin that's itchy. I don't understand. This happens all the time. Like randomly, I don't know why. Oh yeah! Let me cut my nose off! It's basically for exactly what you're dealing with right now, yeah. You need a scouring pad for it. Look at my reflection. I have a mirror right here. It's actually not that red. If you cut it off, can we have it? Yeah, you can see all the crookedness in it. My God! Wow. Okay, there we go. Why is it so itchy? It's like I snorted pepper or something. Ah! Why is it so itchy? Ah! I've had this happen before where like the itchiness spread through my entire like sinuses in my face. Like my eyes became so itchy. I had to it really is like as if I got pepper spray. This bit is old, it's not a bit. Oh my God. Like the entire center of my face is like pins and needles right now. Ugh. Every time this happens, it's like incredibly violent. It's very sudden and very violent. Ugh. As long as it doesn't spread to my eyes. I mean, it's pretty not fun right now, but as long as it doesn't spread to my eyes. God. Dust allergy? Like dust burning as your computer gets hot? I don't know. I don't think so. It usually happens when I'm streaming. So I don't think so. I think it has to do with speaking. Because my nose, like... I think it's a building itchiness or something as I speak because my nose vibrates. Huh. Oh yeah. Something in the rooms that you stream and live in different rooms? No, because it happened in Norway too. It was an ENT doctor. I have so many doctors I need to talk to already. I have dust allergies to get that, so I believe it. I don't think it does. Ear, nose, throat. Oh. That's a pretty casual name for a doctor like that. I would assume they'd have like be sinologist or something. Sinustologist. I'm gonna cut
my nose off.
I'm gonna cut my nose off.
It's like otolaryngology. Oh. Woohoo! I'm trying to like not touch my nose. I'm like forcing myself not to, but it's just so bad. I have to. It's too itchy. Does it happen during silent streaming? I don't think so. This happens all the time. Maybe wash your face. I think it has to do with the vibration in my nose making it itchy. There's something on your fingers. You could try washing your hands and nose. I washed my hands not long ago. Alright, I'll go wash my face. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my face. You stay right here. You stay right there. Okay, I think maybe the cold water helped a little bit. But yeah. Hey, I don't hear background stuff usually either. What? What do you mean? Do you hear the background? Hello? We heard you blowing your nose. Oh. Ew. I didn't blow my nose. Maybe I should blow my nose. You want blowing nose ASMR? Is that what you want? Will you blow nose? That might be kind of gross though. I'm gonna blow my nose. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. It's actually kind of dry. I don't think I have anything. Yeah, no. I got nothing to blow. It's dry. Oh, ew. That's the paper towel I had the green beans on. It smells like feet. Ew. Okay, maybe I'm gonna go splash my nose with white water again. Hold on. I got face lotion and I smeared it all over my nose. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I hope. Hopefully. Can't even do a joke toss, Karu. Nose blowing gives me chilled. Bad ones, I mean. Well, nothing came out. It was just air. Just air. Okay. Alright. I'm dying. Whatever. Uh-oh, I gotta be careful not to get my lotion all over the mic. I looped up my nose. Yeah, I did. Get some lidocaine and just slather in your... Yeah, let me just get lidocaine really quick. Just real quick. Okay.
The conditions for inciting Oyashiro-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigafuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of these taboos, Oyashiro-sama was termed angry, and in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Oh.
I swear if it's your wisdom teeth, I'm going to laugh. I don't have wisdom teeth. I don't have them. They were taken out many years ago. Wrenched out of my skull. The human sacrifice ritual.
The sacrificial ritual was a simple drowning involving plunging sacrifices into Onigafuchi swamp, which was considered hallowed. Of the rituals of Onigafuchi village, this one was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of this sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as the submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have had a passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, to force them to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, these methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or something similar to create a raft, then set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and then let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere.
So they were lowered in... Are they lowered in alive? And if so, when do they die? How long does it take them to die? Well, I think I'm starting to feel better a little bit.
Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements or ritual implements, and even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of Furude's shrine and the 3 families. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigafuchi village.
The 3 families. Are the 3 families, Satoko's family, Rika's family, and Shion and Mion's family? Because didn't they say Satoko's family was like very well known in Hinamizawa? And then Rika, we know Furude, obviously, blah, blah, blah. And Mion and Shion seem to have a very big family that's like all over Hinamizawa, that were like integral to the dam project. Would make sense, yeah. Depends on how long it takes for them to go below water, I guess. Yeah, as soon as they're able to, like, yeah, slowly drown in the swamp. Yeah, they're mobbed up. Yeah, they got the mob.
As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well, or perhaps buried in the darkness? I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of Onikakushi and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt, they exist here today, at this very moment in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly has, for some reason, changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it is not far from the assembly hall, nor is it ever far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon it will be Watanagashi.
So wait. Uh-oh. So that was 100. I think that was Takano. That these scrapbooks are from Takano. So Takano had Tomitake break in. Takano had Tomitake break into one of the ritual areas for the ritual implements. They probably saw something that immediately made them targets. That would fit for sure, yeah. Now, then again, is Ryukishi trying to set us off though? Because he put these here right after we just saw Tomitake and Takano. It seems perhaps a little too obvious, and he's trying to lead us in a certain direction, right? Right? Yeah, my gosh. Ow! What the? Luckily, it's like it seemed to go into stuffiness instead of just itchiness now, so that's better. Festival's around the corner. Yeah. The fact that the lock chain suddenly seems odd too, yeah. Oh, who's saying this?
Hey, we're not already? Tomorrow's the real thing. We're gonna be partying until morning, until the very end of it all. Got it? Got it. I'll give it everything I've got. Wahaha. Alright then, youth is the greatest.
Good work, everyone. I have no idea who this is. Tomorrow's a Watanagashi at last. Let's get some shut-eye and save our energy for tomorrow night. Okay, here we go.
Tomorrow is finally Watanagashi. Festivals are split into two groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, we'll be stranded in the whole way through. We'll be strained the whole way through. Why? You sure as hell know why! Because the beer after everything's over is the best damn beer you'll ever have.
Oh! Wait, these are like the guys. These are the guys. Youth is great, yeah.
Sure as hell know why. Because the beer after everything's over is the best damn beer you'll ever have.
Okay, I got it now.
At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way. Oh, he's here! Oishi-san came in. Everyone hurried to stand up.
Oishi-san. Wait, so are these the guys that worked at the festival earlier, or is these the police officers at the office? The man himself, literally the best character in the game. I love Oishi-san. He's the best.
Hello, everyone. Excellent work out there. You can be at ease. Thank you, sir. Not even my seniors, who usually talk about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi-san. We all bow as if we were one of those, cheering squads of old.
Unironically, yeah.
Kurado Oishi. A detective just waiting to retire. One who doesn't pay much mind to rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant for dirty jokes. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him. Everyone, I really, really thank you for your hard work on the preparations for the festival tomorrow.
So close to retirement would have got no. Wait, no, don't say that. No.
Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions.
Oh my god, I can't read.
We're on heavy alert for any thrill-seeking criminals expecting another incident like last year. I need all of you to focus your energy as much as possible on your mission to prevent any crimes from happening. Yes, sir!
He has the thickest eyeliner. Oishi-san is super thick eyeliner. He even has like little eyelashes underneath his eyes.
Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. However, everyone, please assume that an incident will, in fact, occur. Prevention is number one, but it probably won't be enough. This year, too, someone will die. And someone will disappear. There's really no doubt about it.
I guess this part serves to show that, contrary to what Shion said, the police are 100% aware of what she said they don't know about.
Everyone, apart from the section chief, smiled painfully. Oishi-san, that won't do. We need to be more serious about this. The important part isn't to get past the night of the festival. It's to be able to quickly, swiftly, and aggressively pursue whatever does happen tomorrow night. I won't tolerate anything less than your best. Clench those cheeks! We're gonna rip all the skin off the ghost of Oyashiro-sama's curse! Yeah!
Yay. Believe the stats, even if you don't believe the curse. Stick with a man, you. His face looks like a Scottish fold cat's death flag, yeah. When his red tie's a red flag. No! Don't kill Oishi. I like him. I like Oishi better than, like, most characters. He's, like, completely... Like, sure, Keiichi felt like he was being used by him, but... In the end, Oishi still has really good intentions. He just wants to save everybody. At least that's how the story has portrayed him so far. I don't know if there's gonna be a twist where he's evil. Oh my goodness. Itchiness. Stop touching it. Okay. Save. Yes. Okay. Continue! A real pillar, yeah. Wow! It's Keiichi-kun! Good morning! Good morning.
Nina was ecstatically waving her arms at me.
Wait, what the frick is that voice I just did? I got stuck by the police officer.
Nina was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. What do you mean, good morning? It's already evening! Just say hello or something.
But, this is the first time I've seen you today. So I think good morning is right. It's right.
Okay, I got it.
Hiya, my gosh. Hiya.
Okay then, good morning it is. Good morning, Nina. I grabbed Nina's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat.
Hey, Kei-chan. Sorry about yesterday. I left without telling you.
No, it's my fault. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Are you talking about setting up for the festival yesterday? How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you do your job properly? Oh yeah.
A slight muscle pain throughout my body, and my sluggish movements were already obvious.
I did great. I'm pretty worn out now, though.
I grinned dryly, and the three of us break out into laughter. Where's Satoko and Nika-chan? Are we meeting up with them at the festival?
Nope. Nika-chan's actually been there since yesterday because she has such an important job. I think Satoko-chan will stay with her, so they're already at the shrine. Oh my gosh. My nose today is making it hard to do Nana's voice. She's usually a lot more like nose nasally, but it's hard to do that. Oh yeah. How does she do it? I wonder. I can't do it right. I
I wonder. I can't do her voice. Not today. We're gonna go full Ohio, konnichiwa, kamawa, oyasumi. Holler at every greeting.
Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance.
Sorry, Kirispica, but my nostrils are full of snot.
She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on. Alright, let's go, right away!
Yeah! Was it the best?
As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs.
Kirispica, you're going too fast. Wait for me!
Man, Kei-chan, you're such a little kid.
Hold the hope! This is so weird. Wait. Have we seen, like, real humans before? This is so weird. Have we seen real humans in the background before? Isn't this really odd? Yeah, Angel Mort. Definitely. A little, didn't we? This is very strange. Never this many before, though. I think this is the same background they used before. That's crazy. Yeah, at the cafe. Odd.
Whoa! The shrine grounds. They were packed with people. It was a festival if I ever saw one.
Wow! They were rolled out this year too! Amazing! Amazing! Every single hand in the background is hidden IRL meat mittens.
They're coming from Hinamizawa.
I made her southern by accident.
They're coming from Hinamizawa. The bedridden old man from the Kimiyoshi branch family is here too. I think that old guy went home from the Watanagashi last year and stayed in bed ever since.
Did you think to invite your parents, Keiichi? You actually had forewarning this time. He actually had forewarning this time, but he didn't think to invite his parents.
Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today.
Oh, it's Sarako-chan! Hey! Gotta do it. Okay. Oh, if it isn't everyone. Yes, hello to you all.
Yo, Sadako, there's a lot of people around today. Don't get lost in the crowd, okay?
Yeah. My nose. Who do you even think you're talking to?
Sadako, too, seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way.
Where's Rika-chan? She still has free time, doesn't she? Rika was giving her respects to the mayor and other important people. She shall come before long.
I see. Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival, after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders.
It really is a pain. Hello, everyone. Rika-chan!
Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance.
How does it fit? It's not too long, is it? My grandma gave me some safety pins just in case the sleeves got too long.
It's alright. It really is comfortable.
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
It's great! It's great! So cute.
There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Mika-chan move.
Kirispica, don't you think this girl? Don't you? And if you don't think so, then alright. And I'll take her home with me.
I think she's really cute. Totally cool. Enough that I want to pretend to be her big brother or dad and take pictures with her. That's weird. We take a picture from two different places and make it stereoscopic. We can eat, or rather, stare at, a real-life Rika-chan at our houses whenever we want.
What? So odd. Oh, that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. What an odd, Ew, what? What did he mean by any of that? That's so odd. Stereoscopic image mention. Yeah, he wants the Rika-chan standee. He does.
Nayla's eyes and mine glittered with stars as our noses bled and we drooled.
You're drooling over her? She's like 6. She's like a real 6-year-old to you. Like an actual 6-year-old to you. Mika, you'd better stay away from them. Yes, I might get locked away in the basement somewhere.
You look like you're enjoying it though, Rika-chan.
We all laughed together again.
Okay, let's not hang around here. Let's go get to the festival.
I just realized, I stuttered there because I realized Shion's boobs are bigger than Mion's. I just now realized. That is definitely the case. Shion's boobies are bigger. Wait. Okay, they're kind of cute. Mion's art is really not nowhere near like her original one, but Sadako and Mika look fine enough, I think. Are they? I think so. But no, I don't know what's going on. Okay.
There's not much time left until Rika-chan's big debut.
Who's this? Oh, that's Rika? You're right. Great. Let's go, everyone.
Yo! If it isn't the daughter of Sonozaki! Eat up! The yakisoba is packed full of pork. This year we filled it with as much as we could. We even put in fried calamari.
Gotcha, old timer! The yakisoba this year looks like quite an achievement. You have squid too. You put a ton of time into this, didn't you?
Oh my gosh, I'm like stuttering so much. That's why Mion is the evil one, because she's got less chest size. So that's how kids you could tell. Shion's top is much more fitting though. Maybe. Proof Shion is the superior sister. Is that so? You like him bigger, huh? The one with the biggest is the winner, eh? What does that mean for me, huh? Dude, I have like my new model has the booba mass of like everyone in the buddies combined times 2, I think. Look at who we're watching. This temp model doesn't, but I mean, you are the biggest. Where's smug Mozi moment? You are the winner. Oh god, by far. Aren't your new tibbies like skull crushing size? I think they're at least, I don't remember fully, but each boob is at least the size of my head. I'm pretty sure. I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure at least. That's pretty funny, yeah. Mozi flexing her power, yeah. Whoa. Okay. Wow! It's tasty! It's tasty!
Yeah, the squid is delicious, but the aroma is just fantastic. It wonderfully compensates for how soft it tends to be. There's a delightful amount of squid and pork in it too. Yep, not bad at all, I say. Kei-chan. You sound like you could walk into a cooking program and become the host. Oh, that wasn't her.
Okay. That was us.
Yeah, the squid is delicious, but the aroma is fantastic. I like it soft.
Or whatever. A squid and pork yakisoba. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, when I see Katie coming out and like it's so good, it somehow tastes even better. That's too powerful, Moses. Sure, you wield them wisely. I have to. That sounds kind of gross, not gonna lie. Yeah, squid and pork sounds odd. I'd probably want squid and shrimp over squid and pork.
I don't discriminate among delicious food. So anything that I say is tasty has got to be worth trying out, huh?
I'd give it a try. Oh, me too, definitely. Then Kichi, please, give us your opinion of the yakisoba.
I'll do it in 2 words. Absolutely scrumptious!
Did that need that much theatrics?
If I had a second stomach, I'd buy another one right now! Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand.
Wow, that's amazing. Kei-chan said it was so good that a little crowd started to form. Not bad.
It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs.
That would be a good club activity, actually. They all spread out and they have to entice people as strongly as possible to other booths. That would be a cool club activity for them. Only 3 stars? Yeah, maybe not so good. I know it's what Okay, I'm okay. Alright. That's what they should do. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I shall try it out. Mister, could I perchance bother you for 1 takoyaki?
Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki balls. Oh wait, takoyaki balls of fried octopus.
No way, really?
From the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth.
Now listen, Satoko-chan. If you hear the good rating, then you know who'll buy it too.
Chomp chomp, chew chew, gulp.
Now it's time for the Hinamizawa and Michelin. Judge Satoko Hojo to give her impressions.
Though she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it in their mouths. And I got gypped.
Mine's bad too. There's no octopus in it.
This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some kind of summer festival only octopus free takoyaki stand?
Boing, boing. Yeah.
An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today. Those insufferable bastards! Off with their heads!
Ah! Mine has some. Yeah. It's pretty good considering there's octopus in it.
How am I supposed to explain that this octopus-free takoyaki stand is any good?
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical looks seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares to the people online.
How about this? Takoyaki without any octopus is really healthy. Even people who don't like octopus can eat this delicious takoyaki.
After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect.
Alright, then I'll give it a try next. a self-inspired take on takoyaki, in which you can clearly taste the simple flavors of flour, green onions, and pickled ginger. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus. It wasn't half bad, but after hearing the "there's no octopus in it" clause, even more people left the line. Mika-chan, any good comments? You can be honest.
Damn. 400 yen is too much for this.
That was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around, after all. Well, I mean, we might not want to be doing this. Hey, Satoko! You started all of this, so give us a great big turnaround.
I cannot do it! How do you expect me to lavish praise upon takoyaki without any octopus in it?
You idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow.
Oh, the customers are all gone! Oh, the guy is staring at us. Why is that? Why is that?
There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Mayubara-sama, will lend a generous hand.
Kirispica. Wait, no, wrong voice. Keiichi-kan, you could do it. I want you to see the takoyaki vendor who didn't put any octopus in. Wait, so Keiichi-kun, this is Rika saying it, but Rika never calls him Keiichi-kun. She calls him Keiichi. What the? Hold on.
Don't smile as you say something so bitter. Alright, fine. This may be the only chance you'll get to see a pro at work, so watch carefully. I shoved the stick into an octopusless takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it. The neons had some in it. That was the important point. The man who runs this takoyaki stand, he truly loves takoyaki, in every meaning of the word. No, could even be said that he adores it. Eh? Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us. This man truly does love takoyaki. Because he loves it, he doesn't want to create half-hearted random ones. Isn't that right? Takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopusless takoyaki deserves such a high rating.
Keiichi-san, if he truly loved takoyaki that much, why did he make takoyaki without any octopus at all? Is he not betraying that very takoyaki?
You may be right. In one sense, it was a betrayal. However, it's the best possible compromise this man could find. This man is making real takoyaki today, as he always does. However, only one or two of them on each stick are the real ones.
Well, you're right. The one I ate had octopus in it, considering it did actually have it, and it didn't taste bad at all, you know.
Right.
Snap, yeah, that was my water bottle, my bad.
That was a bona fide takoyaki. And as for the other ones, it was the biggest compromise he could make against the biases of the general populace, who think that there need to be 8 pieces on the stick, or else it is not real takoyaki.
Yeah, my nose. Gachiaki, the 90% of the population lines up. Yeah, exactly. Go. Keiichi-kun, I don't understand what you mean. Why is one of them diverting and all the others are fakes? Why?
The secret lies in the octopus. Mister, this octopus. It's true Akashi octopus, isn't it? In recent years, the number of octopuses caught in Akashi has decreased, and their prices have risen drastically. The prices are now so high that you wouldn't think of using them in takoyaki. Then the man who had been looking down this whole time mumbled. Yeah, that's right. Akashi octopus. It's very expensive. But this man absolutely had to have the Akashi octopus. He could have bought much worse quality octopus for cheaper, as much as he wanted, and he would have still been able to fool everyone. There are plenty of other scamming takoyaki vendors who claim theirs are from Akashi, even though they're not. But this man wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't tell lies. Akashi octopus are supreme. He would never relinquish this one stubborn conviction. This man loved takoyaki. That's why he never lied. Yet, there was one point he absolutely had to compromise on.
What might that be?
The number. The popular opinion is that a stick of takoyaki should have 8 pieces on it. Even if it's real Akashi octopus, he couldn't charge 400 yen for just one piece, could he? If he didn't have 8 pieces, nobody would buy him. This man wept over it. In order to just make one true piece of takoyaki, he would never let himself lie through the other 7. Oh, whoa! The octopus free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders. No matter what anyone else says, I will never forget how genuine you are. You, sir, are a true vendor of takoyaki. You are the only one in the world with the right to call himself that. Clap, 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 clap. As I embraced the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech. Everyone, I beg of you, please eat some of this true takoyaki vendor's takoyaki. If we don't treasure genuine men like this, then how can we protect the true path of the takoyaki? If nobody else will eat them, then I will eat them all!
Everyone watching is lining up! Kirispica, you did it! You did it!
I think it's more they thought Kei-chan's propaganda speech was interesting rather than that the takoyaki actually looked good. Kei-chan, you could probably sell plain old rocks if you tried.
I don't even think that's true. I think the guy was crying because he's being called out for being horrible.
He's like, I know you would never lie, and you would never put low quality octopus in there, right? And he was just like, yeah, I would never.
You would go over well at the entrance of Akihabara Station. Ika, I have never heard of this Akihabara. Where is it? What? She really hasn't? What the heck? Or does Akihabara not exist in the Showa era?
Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me. Hey, you guys, do that for my sweets too! Great, you won't get the gist of it, right? It's your turn this time. No, wait, this is me. Great, you won't get the gist of it this time, right? It's your turn this time, Reina.
Okay, I'll do my best. The African sweets are gold. They're very, very good. The apricot is sitting so quietly and nice on top of the syrup. Oh, it's so good. I want to turn it on. Yeah. Maybe it's new during those times. Akiba is still in the electric town at this time, right? Not Otaku Central. I think so. In the 1980s?
It looks like she lost herself in this midway through. But a girl giving it such natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Nina. Next up is the okonomiyaki stand. Satoko, you're up.
The crunch of the fried tempura batter mixed with yakisoba is simply to die for. With a huge piece of bacon laid on top, when you bite into it, it all comes flooding out. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah, that's freaking great. Now I want to try some too. Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around to all the stalls.
When people hear about food from others and then try it for themselves, it tastes a lot better than it normally would.
So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty.
She's walking around with a bib. Oh my god. Ah.
Nice. The older guys are getting into it too. Okay, Kei-chan. Which one should I do?
Right. Mion, you go to the stand next to that. Show them the depths of your power.
Kei-chan, the stone next to that is...
Whoops! Goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element.
No, as club president, I won't flee no matter who or what my opponent is. Let's get started.
I look forward to a splendid performance, Mion-san.
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes. There was two of them! Shion came in, her doppelganger, they switched!
Welcome, welcome. Here's your net and bowl. Okay, here we go. The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. Small things like these, you could crunch them down whole.
Patrician, my wife. Mion-san, what in the world are you saying? Mion-san, you eat them? Did you eat the one in Minicon last year too?
No, I didn't say anything like that.
Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in denial. Well, I mean, you just said so yourself that they really look delicious.
Yes, you did indeed say so. My sister's omnivorous. She eats anything that can go in her mouth.
Anything you say. Anything that goes in her mouth, huh? If they taste good, maybe I'll try one next time. No, Ika-chan! No, you'll get sick!
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here?
Okay-chan, Mion, everyone, good evening. Where did you come from, Shion? I've been here since the bit with the yakisoba. You were all so loud that I found you right away. Jeez, you've got nothing to do with this, do you? Go somewhere else already. Jeez, Mion, don't treat me so cruelly. Right, Kei-chan, you're okay with me being here, right?
She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest into it.
She does have bigger boobs! Look, I told you! I'm pointing at my screen right now. Her boobs are like twice the size! Her boobs are huge! Twins my tookies, unless she's got like a padded bra. Which honestly I could see her doing. Bounce. Oh, bird! Nose is bleeding.
When you squish a jelly donut, the jelly comes out, right? It's the same. This isn't something I have any control over.
Is that right? Then will more come out if I squeeze harder. Squeeze.
Shions! Who's leaving me? It's right up against my chin.
Shion, what the heck are you trying to do?
How vulgar! I seem to have misjudged you. What about me for a just? What is happening? We were trying to eat goldfish a second ago.
Nika-chan collapsed onto my underarm too. Rub. A plentiful plump feeling on my left shoulder, and the sour sensation of a young, unripe fruit on my right.
Oh my god, Kichi. Jesus Christ. Boom boom bang.
Shion, Nika-chan, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled.
Nice job, Reina.
Everyone is so dirty. What do you mean? I thought you were dirty, Luna. She's just jealous because she's medium. She's like, I can't be a part of anyone's very specific breast size fetish at all, so no one can. Dika, you get what you fucking deserve.
Sheesh.
Society. Oh my god.
Now that Shion was here, the energy around us has increased by 120%.
Your friends are so much fun, Leon. I never get bored of them.
Hold on, let's.
Right. If you weren't here, it would be way more fun, you know. I want to stay with all of you, but if I continue seducing Kei-chan, my sister looks like she's literally going to bite my head off. So, I'll retreat for now. I'll be back. See you, Leon. Don't be back! Get the salt! Someone get the salt!
After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared.
Your friends, my friends, yeah. I feel that I have borne witness to a rare side of Neon-san. Oh, Mii-chan is Vegeta. She looks kinda cute.
Nina smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Neon.
Don't say dumb stuff! Let's get to the next stand already!
It went about just like that, really noisy and lively to the other stands. We were praying money towards the beginning, but midway through the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more.
Salt splash, yeah. Pocket salt. Sharon prioritizes having a big chest so she can't drown in the swamp, yeah, her floaties. Thump.
The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air.
Nika, it looks like it's time. No? Looks like it.
Right. It's just about time for Nika-chan to appear in the offertory dance.
I'm a little nervous.
Believe in yourself. All of your sweat will definitely amount to something, Rika-chan.
Mion slapped hard on Nika-chan's back.
That's right. You'll do fantastic, Rika.
I'll do my best.
That's the spirit.
I ball my hand into a fist and raise it into the air. We're rooting for you, Rika-chan. Go for it! Yay! Remember?
Go for it. Yay!
Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen. Then pivoted on her heel and ran off.
Do you think Rika-chan runs with her hands behind her back like Naruto? I feel like she would. Bubble my throat. Okay, we should keep going too.
Right. Let's go cheer her on.
You mustn't. You must keep silent during the performance.
Got it, jeez. I rubbed my hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end.
Then we'd better hurry. All the good spots will be taken. Come on.
Mion ran off and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into this tight space to watch the edifying dance. Wow, this is a lot of people. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where did everyone go? They probably got lost among all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Neon's head on the other side of the crowd.
Neon or Xiao?
It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated. No big deal. We can just meet back up when Nika-chan's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I'd have to settle for watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. Thump! Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration, and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get a good spot earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hole and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then, the solemn offertory dance began. She had to practice using a mochi pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtlessly difficult to even lift it in the air. But she sweated and waved, raised and dropped it again. Again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity present at this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Nika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn! Why am I cheering her on from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her.
Kei-chan, over here.
Knew it.
Someone tugged lightly the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of. Shion, what's up?
Just be quiet and come with me.
After she told me so, she ran into a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. no more getting separated from me. I ran after her so I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation of what kind of secret spot Sion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds. Hey, wait. Where are we going? We're getting further and further away.
Shh. Just stay quiet and follow me. You'll understand soon.
Sion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from here? I see, okay. There's some high spot around here, isn't there? Like a rooftop or somewhere we can look down at it, right?
What? Why do we have to climb onto the roof?
Well, how else are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance?
Did you really want to see Rika-chama's dance? Kei-chan, could it be that your strike zone is really low?
I don't think we're understanding each other here. Weren't you going to show me somewhere I could see Rika-chan's dance from easily?
What? And who made that promise?
What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Xion? Is it my fault? Am I reading the wrong things into it? Then, why did you call me all the way out here? With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around. Xion pressed her finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is a dark, dead, and empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and female of the same age are all alone together." Could this be? Xion, she's not planning something crazy, is she? Shh. Look over there, see? Xion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures, one male, one female. What's that? Is that... We're right at the scene of a rendezvous, of course. See, look closely. Can you tell who they are?
What? Is it Takano and Take... Oh my god, why do I keep forgetting his name? Toмотake. Yeah, Toмотake. Are they getting it on? Or are they dead?
Oh, it's Toмотake-san and Takano-san. The two of them are clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make nobody knew they were there, as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building.
Oh, they're gonna try and break in and take the thing. That's what they're gonna do.
Wait, Xion. Could this be what you wanted to show me?
Kei-chan, you can see Rika-chama's dance any year, but you won't ever get another chance like this, okay?
I had the thought the Sonozaki sisters had each of their own personalities, but at times like this, they seemed all too similar. I'm going back. Don't call me for something like this again.
Huh? If you move now, they'll see us.
At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around.
Oh my, who might that be?
We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. She and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush.
Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? My. If it isn't Shion-chan and Maebara-kun. Good evening. Yes, the moon certainly is pretty.
What's this? Keiichi-kun, you sure are smart, you know that. Having a secret date in a place like this. Then I guess we accidentally interrupted something important. You're the ones here meeting up secretly. Tomotage-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves. It got on my nerves for some reason.
Toмотake with his toy camera, yeah.
It's like a SpongeBob camera where he clicks it and it just shows the same SpongeBob picture every single time. Like you look inside the viewfinder and it's a SpongeBob picture.
Wait, so you two weren't having a little rendezvous then? Of course we weren't. Though I don't dislike that kind of romance.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the location of a rendezvous either of you would want to see. Sorry for not living up to your expectations.
Ew, wait. Rendezvous? Like, are they saying like,
What, you guys aren't banging?
they're like, sorry, did you want us to bang? That's, ew, what the heck? That's really weird. That's kind of weird. I don't like that.
If this wasn't a rendezvous, then what were you doing? Tomitake-san, were you messing around with the padlock on the door just now?
Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. Guess we've been found out, huh? We were trying to break into the warehouse. But don't tell anyone, alright? Don't tell anyone? Are you thieves or something? I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitake-san was grinning.
Nah, never. Thieves are people who steal things, right? It's not like we were trying to take anything out of here.
I see. Then why were you trying to unlock the door? This is the forbidden storehouse for ritual tools. They say only the Vtuber family and a mere handful of others are allowed in.
Forbidden storehouse? I took a few steps back and then looked at the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one. Built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened.
Lucky. I threw up in my mouth.
It was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than a normal warehouse.
This place. They're called ritual implements. Basically, this is a warehouse where they store such tools used in rituals. Well, more accurately, maybe it's a temple where the implements are enshrined. The ritual hoe Rika-chan is using for the offertory dance was inside here until today. Of course, if anyone but the Vtuber family enters, they bring impurity into it. So absolutely no one is allowed a single step inside. It's a sanctuary.
Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression. An innocent smile at best and a terribly cruel grin at worst.
I told you I was researching Hinamizawa's folktales and legends out of an interest in them, didn't I? A lot of the answers to questions I'm curious about are hidden away inside here. I've waited all this time until today for this chance.
A chance? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot.
I see. I didn't know you had lock-picking skills, Tomitake-san.
Stop it. I don't want to be doing this, okay?
Sorry for taking you along with me, but this is all thanks to you, Jiro-san. I really am grateful.
Jeez, this is the only time I understand Takano-san. I don't want to be sneaking into places like this.
No! Takano-san is the whole reason Tomitake died. Tomitake, the tale's not worth it. The tale's not worth it. Crazy girls, I know they're the best lay. I know crazy girls are the best lay, but it's not worth it. This is what you get. This is the trade-off, bro. Tomitake. This is so sad. This is so sad. He can fix her. That's what he's thinking. He's like,
oh, I can fix her if I just let her see the ritual implements.
The mantis girl will eat your head, yes.
Red flags, more like checkpoints. Sadly, he doesn't know it yet, yo. It's strange too. You think as a journalist, he'd be into this. Perhaps, yeah.
You really are a good person, Jiro-san.
Kerklink. Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side. It's open.
Thank you. At long last.
Takano-san gulped. With an unexpectedly excited air about her, she gave the heavy door a shove. A sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gap in the doors. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it felt like we could be punished somehow.
How about it? Your accomplices too. You came all the way here, so why not come in and take the tour? It'll be a little field trip to a museum of precious cultural artifacts that conceal the secret history of Hinamizawa. And it's only open today.
Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! No!
We're not accomplices or anything.
Aren't you interested, though? Come on, let's take a peek.
Shio, no! You're so stupid! Oh my god, this is why they die this chapter. I was like, okay, what is... Everything's going kind of well. Why are they gonna die? Who's gonna do what, and why would that kill them? And this is why he's gonna die this chapter. Gosh dang it, Kiichi! The fact that Shion's down should give them a lot of pause, yeah.
Shion said, predictably linking her arm with mine.
That's predictable of her.
But we definitely shouldn't be doing this. This is a holy warehouse, isn't it? You said ritual implements, right? I really feel like we shouldn't go in.
I'm a part of the Sonozaki family, so I have a good guess to what we'll find in there.
But I want you to see it too, Kei-chan.
You want to show something to me? I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious.
Mate. Oh yeah. Okay.
Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. Of course, I was an average boy, too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person.
No.
Sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Until the locked door is open, though. I don't know about this.
If you're not interested, Kei-chan, then you can leave now. I think you'll wonder about it later, though.
Tomitake-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest.
Dude, all four of them are probably dead? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Don't do it, Keiichi! He's being... Just like how Tomitake is gonna die because of the wild interest of an insane woman, so is Keiichi. He's gonna die because of this insane girl. Man, they're peer pressuring the hell out of him. Yeah. What the heck? He just wanted to watch Nika do her dance and support her.
Well, I'll keep watch here. Go in and check it out with them. I'm not too interested. But it might be pretty interesting for a young guy like you, Keiichi-kun.
Tomitake, dude. You're so gonna die. Man, the insane woman allure is too strong. Seriously. They should just be VTubers. Oh man, they're mowing. They're mowing. Okay. Oh, okay, fine.
He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter. Tomitake-san, do you know what's in there? Kind of. Takano-san told me all about it.
Must be a pain to have to go along with your companion's unique hobbies, huh?
Tomitake-san didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile.
Companion, he says.
Takano-san had this scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had interested in. She had interested and go straight for it, but Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter. Okay, but just a little. If it's not interesting, I'm leaving.
You got it!
Shion gave me another Mion-like wink.
Looks like we're decided. Shall we go inside? Jiro-san, we'll leave this to you.
Tomitake-san waved his hand to see us off.
The shrine has a ritual John Deere inside, yeah. If these forbidden items are boring, I'm out of here, yeah.
The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room. It's so dark in here. Everyone, take care not to trip over anything.
I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now.
Takano-san smiled spitefully, as if leading Tomitake-san out of something fun, and began to close the door.
So rude.
Man. Alright, everyone, have fun.
The things he does for... It's not worth it, Tomitake! There's better women out there, man. Even he's like,
Am I really doing all of this?
dude's so whipped, yeah. It's a double date. Yeah, with children. It's so worth it. Have some self-respect. She's not that hot. There's hotter girls he could be doing this for.
There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world and covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had.
It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything.
Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within.
Strange how it has an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it? I believe it's set up this way so that you can open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside.
Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That over there, I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall. Oh, here, isn't this the light switch or something?
No, you shouldn't have done that. It's gonna be so obvious now.
I flipped the biggest switch I could find, and with a click, the pitch-black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched their faces at the sudden strobe-like brightness. Don't! Before she even finished, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness with only one lantern for illumination. Ow! You can't, Kei-chan! We snuck in here, remember? If you turn on the light, it might give us away! I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen from the momentary light.
Well, duh, you idiot! That's so obvious.
It's alright.
Wait, I want to see what her expression looks like. Show me the goods. Oh, that's her angry expression. God, Takano's so much better in her old sprite.
It's alright. It was only for a moment.
Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us.
Let's go in. Here we go. Here.
The even heavier door opened, and this time, it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of the kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain. But it was like the raw odor of a fish market. They're gonna find a corpse. From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano-san held her lantern up and revealed the contents of the expansive room. Whoa! At the back of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object standing there looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern.
That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama.
It's far grander than the one at the shrine.
Oyashiro-sama. So, this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa. The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world. And the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the damn construction. It looks like there are far more tools. Wait, this is Takano, I think.
It looks like there are far more tools stored in here than I thought, but this is so sad. None of them have been maintained. How unfortunate they're in such a state.
Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceilings, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead, this was more the workshop of a blacksmith or carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagine there'd be more artistic things in here, like from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away.
Oh, is this not interesting for you?
I'm not into literature or art, so I can look at this stuff, but I don't really understand its value.
Kirispica, you really do look like you don't get it. I guess that's only natural.
Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook, and began to flip through it.
And just for you, Keiichi-kun, I'll tell you an old story. It's a common tale in this region. If you go to the library, it would even be on their recommended reading list.
Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place. She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm.
Okay. Alright. I'll read it.
After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly, like a kindergarten teacher reading a book.
Long, long ago, in a certain village in the mountains, there was a swamp. This swamp was very, very deep. Some even called it bottomless. People said it was connected to hell, the land of demons. The rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld. A bottomless swamp. Its name was Onikafuchi.
Wait. I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking in the bottomless swamp. Could that be the swamp she's talking about?
No, duh.
So then the village was Hinamizawa, right?
You catch on quickly. That's right. Though it was called Onigafuchi Village at the time.
Onigafuchi Village? That's a pretty inauspicious name.
It evokes quite the image, doesn't it? I hear that the name was changed in the Meiji period.
The name of the swamp connected to hell was called Onigafuchi.
which meant the demon's abyss.
Then the Oni's abyss. Get it right.
And the true name of the village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuchi village. The villagers belonged to that abyss, or to hell in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp set to connect to it. But then, one day, demons began to appear, one after the other, from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared, and hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble. So, did someone exterminate them? Unfortunately, there is no Momotaro or Superman in this fairy tale. Then, did they get the whole village together to fight them? Heavens no. The villagers weren't nearly strong enough to fight on equal terms with the demons. Then, the only recourse would be to flee the village. They couldn't do that either. To the villagers, it was their beloved homeland. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons, they wouldn't have run away so easily. Then, what did they do? Wouldn't they just get wiped out? Unable to fight, and unable to run. All they could do was just wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended upon them. I see. So, Oyashiro-sama came down from the sky and beat up all the demons then? You're such a boy, Kei-chan. You always jump straight to using force to resolve things. Shion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue. The thing about Oyashiro-sama, he wasn't a violent god who would beat them up like you're saying. He was a kind god, filled with love and benevolence. The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to hell from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return. The world of the demons, too, has harsh commandments. They claimed they had been banished from hell. Demons who didn't have a place to go, either in hell or in the human world. Of course they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry.
Oh wait, that still hurt. What did? My nose.
Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry. As the villagers conversed amongst themselves, little by little they came to pity the demons and, after talking with everyone in the village, they decided to live alongside them.
A lot of fairy tales have them either being exterminated or driven away, but you don't often hear one where they live in peace.
You're right. Demons are supposed to symbolize all evils. A story where they decide to live together with humans is certainly strange.
Dun, dun, dun. I rolled to seduce demons, yeah.
When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, they doubted their ears but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of powers and secrets with the village. Uyoshiro-sama was very pleased with this happy exchange. He gave the demons the bodies of humans so that they would be indistinguishable from the villagers. He himself decided to stay on the surface and watch over the everlasting peace between them. A land in which man, demon, and god lived together. I had thought the word demon was a noun, meaning
This is still okay. Wait, this is a land in which man, demon, and god live together. I had thought that the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it is kind of interesting.
Although the normal fairy tale ends there, it was revised quite a bit during the Edo period into a much longer story. After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually, there was no difference between them.
So what you're telling me is Hinamizawa is a village full of demon people.
So the demons ended up disappearing?
No, not at all. Half of them stayed just as they were.
The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were all well aware the power they had was heresy, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy.
This story is the root of many derivatives, tales, and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, I mean. The basis.
What do you mean by root?
She just said what it was.
She means the part about the villagers having demon blood. What I mean is, all of the legends from around here are based on the premise that the villagers are descended from demons.
There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she too had demon blood in her. Is there any proof, though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales.
Oh, Mayabara-kun. Then do you believe that demons really did come out of the swamp and breed with humans?
Well, it's not that I don't believe it, but when she said demon, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right?
There's always two sides, always logical and spiritual explanation in this story.
The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West were different. Their physiques, their faces, and their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images, especially of Westerners.
The red, white, and blue demons.
Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue, too. In fact, they have stripes and maybe stars, and I don't know, they had this really gaudy type of personality about them. They had these horrifying screeches, something like a hoorah or something.
The gun demon.
A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and come under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for foods and the like. How does that explanation sound? Maybe it's a bit childish. Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed it up with self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me.
It's not ridiculous. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the drifting foreigner theory. Even so, nobody actually knows what happened. Were they groups of foreigners who had turned to banditry, or were they really demons who had come from the bottom of the world?
Then, Takano-san, which do you believe?
The truth of the matter aside, I'd rather believe the more fantastical explanation. It's more fun that way, isn't it?
Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist.
My nose.
Here I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that.
Now then, this is where the fun begins.
Takano-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits a moment as if to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro like she was making sure nothing had changed. What's wrong, Shion?
I'm sorry. Please don't worry about it.
Shion pretending as though nothing had happened. Takano-san also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject.
I explained that half of the village have demon blood. That blood, they actually say that it's the blood of the kind of demon that eats people.
Man-eating demons? That escalated quickly. One does not simply have man-eating demon blood, you know, Takano-san.
They're all cringing at him.
That blood still runs through the villagers' veins. They say that sometimes the blood awakens from its slumber.
I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, but with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story.
Well, they eat people. They say that every decade or so, they can't help but want to feast on human flesh.
And he's right behind me, isn't he? Doesn't rot Westerners still?
The villagers can't eat other villagers. So when this happens, it's said that they descend on the human villages and conducted onikakushi.
What's an onikakushi? And, I've never heard of her. What's an onikakushi? I haven't met her.
Broadly speaking, it's when a demon kidnaps someone. When a person is demoned away. They say that the villagers of Onikafuchi would overwhelm unfortunate human villages in order to kidnap sacrifices.
In English, Doc! or relatable, yum.
Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse.
In Japanese. In Japanese, Einstein.
They attack the villagers they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below, and then they kill and eat their sacrifices. So they're no different from demons after all. What did Oyashiro-sama do? Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village and watching over them?
Oh, Oyashiro-sama knew about it, of course. Onikakushi isn't indiscriminate. The villagers apparently never kidnapped anyone other than the sacrifices decided upon by their god. In the texts, it's usually one or two people.
A village inhabited by both those human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's colors had inverted like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth.
So, on the nights when they raided villages, they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights became to be known as Watanagashi.
Tanagashi. Tonight's festival was with Tanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano-san was telling me. With Tanagashi, well, wasn't it about giving thanks to the futons we use over the winter or something?
Kei-chan, Wata has another meaning, you know.
Uh-oh, getting into like kanji discussion or something.
It means entrails.
Yikeronis.
Shion, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Entrails? Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Like, fish guts. Wait, what? Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today and Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind. Tanagashi, so gut-spilling. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating.
Yes, it's as you imagine, my buttercun. Right now, the Tanagashi festival might just be a somewhat early summer festival occurring every June. But it used to be different. It used to be a ghastly, cannibalistic feast held on the night that the villagers had collected their unfortunate dinner.
That can't be true. I had no real reason to say that, but couldn't help it.
My buttercun, you said that with Tanagashi is a ritual about purifying futons, right? What do you think the futons filled with cotton, with wata, represent?
Futons are futons! They're beds! They're things for sleeping in! What else could they possibly represent?
Obviously a corpse. They're ripping out the entrails.
I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant.
Ouch, my ear.
Futons, stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have to be humans.
But well, yeah.
Why don't you think back to the offertory dance Rika-chan performed? Do you know what she was doing up there?
No, I don't. I didn't even watch the whole thing anyway.
Shh! Kei-chan, you're getting too worked up.
Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel.
Rika-chan was carrying a festival hoe. You probably realized it already, but that's not a hoe for plowing fields. It's a tool for dissecting human bodies.
I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I didn't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I'd left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She cut the cotton out one bit at a time and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was.
Broadly speaking, it was quite the bombastic ceremony where they rip out the guts and throw them into a basin. And then the ritual was over. It's thought that afterwards, the villagers, each with a different role, dismantled the flesh piece by piece and feasted upon it.
At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt, for some reason, violently displeasured. I wonder why. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work. Takano-san disgraced it. Even though she worked so hard to practice for today. Takano-san, I think you should choose your words more carefully. Kei-chan's pretty naive, so please don't tease him too much. A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must be fully aware of how that story made me feel.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd like a story with that sort of shock value since you're a boy.
No, that's a true crime is a girl thing, Takano.
Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice as she smiled gracefully.
After hearing all that, did you figure out what kind of stuff is in this storehouse, Kei-chan? See? Look.
She was making mochi, of course, yeah. I don't know, I thought it was fun. Oh, with the hammer and all, yeah.
Shion pointed out one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light.
So you're telling me in the ritual they waste all the organs? But offals are great. They're used for all sorts of stuff. If you're really starving for human flesh, you wouldn't get rid of the offals. Humans are like mostly offal.
There was... Mere moments ago they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All those uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use. They suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history book. Yeah. On the page introducing the Kaitai Shincho, on the new text on anatomy. These sorts of things, they're printed realistically in the literature of Germany, capital of the medical world. These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools. They're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in the textbook supplements. The things hung up on these walls all looked exactly the same as those.
If you want a scarier way of looking at it, think of them as cooking utensils.
She's so evil. She just wants to, she obviously wants to scare him, but...
Takano-san holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her, whether I liked it or not.
Look.
Takano-san illuminated a coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people.
Check the new sprite. Why? What?
Kei-chan, look at that! Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze, my blood felt like it was turning into sherbet as it crawled up my back.
Yeah, sherbet. Yeah, that's a great term.
On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in.
It's probably a chopping block. I think you'd strap the sacrifice down to prep them for eating.
The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as though from a knife or saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show. They were used for their original purpose. If someone were strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there, stab them with it, and then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them? I'd heard the stories, but this is incredible. Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination.
There's still more. How about it? More fascinating than the wax museum, isn't it?
Takano-san had this happy expression like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person has nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank, this was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all of this. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Takano-san holding the lantern, giving off such a tiny, thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then what would I do when the next moment everything went totally dark? That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light. And anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding on to my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally, here and now. Before we had even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools, lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away a sacrifice's freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I don't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple function of a katana.
Yeah, the katana.
Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, then the person you used them on, obviously, ended up dead. The kind of tools here, however, were different.
The fact that everything in there, despite being supposedly very old, smells like fish is a very bad sign, I'd say. I'd say the fact that they still smell like rotting flesh of some sort is not a good sign. That's a very bad sign. JT.
The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, for grinding them. They were tools of torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now in this moment did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was.
People, you see. Most of these wouldn't kill them if used properly.
Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile.
Burning at the stake, the infamous method of execution, for witches will kill the person immediately.
Okay, not immediately. It takes like a couple seconds. It's not as fast as beheading or hanging.
When the body...
Wait, that's her talking.
When the body suffers extreme burns on the skin all over, the decomposition of the skin's chemical makeup produces poison-like symptoms and causes an immense shock to the victim. Though I suppose it's still very cruel compared to the guillotine. You have to wait far longer for that to happen.
She describes such horrors in a strangely medical way.
It's relatively quick, yeah, but not instant. Not immediate.
Shion immediately answered the question I had.
Takano-san is a nurse.
There's a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true.
Yeah, but it should scare you that she is a doctor. She really is crazy. She's just like you. No, well, sort of. I don't know. I don't take pleasure in people's suffering, but I find the decomposition process very interesting. I find it interesting. I don't find people suffering in death to be interesting as much. Takano's a TikTok nurse. They used to hang pouches with gunpowder on their necks to kill them faster. The more you know.
Oh, and also, there was a method of execution in ancient Rome where they would grill the person, just like a barbecue. They would cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over a charcoal fire. To think the memories of when I went to a day camp with my family.
Oh wait, no, this one.
I think the memories of when I went to a day camp with my family would come rushing back now of all times so vividly.
That's what it was like. Apparently they wouldn't die too easily for some reason. According to one source, even if they roasted one side of a person to a crisp for an entire night, they would still be conscious and able to speak fluently.
That's insane! You grill someone the whole day and they'd still be conscious?
It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while still having the victim stay alive as long as possible.
Apparently one of the worst ways to die is there's this one method where they flip some... Okay, wait. Look at me saying that and then I'm talking about this. I just know this one. Apparently like one of the worst ways to die was they would put someone in like what do you call it? You know when they draw and quarter someone and they had the one that wasn't horses but it was like a wooden thing? Well, they put someone on something like that, hang them upside down in that position naked. And then they would take a saw and they'd saw from their genitals all the way down to their neck. And something like the fact that they're upside down meant that the blood flow from to their brain was not, like, from them bleeding out, it took longer for them to die as they were sawed in half because all the blood would go to their brain. So they stayed conscious for longer or something. Not true. Most didn't go to medical school. Yeah. Why is Takano talking about this, though? Why is Takano talking about torture?
Among them, there was one method where they would open the gut, pull out the intestines like sausages, pull them up with a winch, and put them on public display.
Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared. She was protecting her stomach.
Ah! There's a fruit fly.
You would think someone with their intestines pulled out would die instantly, right? Actually, as long as you do it tenderly and thoroughly, it's apparently possible to pull them all out while the person is still conscious.
I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano-san's stare.
Yeah, the metal bull one came to mind first. Yeah, the brazen bull. Only slightly horrendous. I thought you were gonna go for the brass bull. No. That one is interesting though. It goes like the bull is made so that when the person is screaming inside, it sounds like a bull's roar. Now I've heard enough war stories to know you can have your gut torn out. Yeah, I knew there was someone I saw a story of someone who was working on a house and he was cutting a bed frame, and the power saw he was using bounced off the bed frame, like circular, did like a circle motion and went backwards and sliced his belly open and all his intestines spilled out. And he was completely conscious in agony. And he had to sit on the floor and get in the fetal position so that his knees would hold all of his organs back inside his body while they waited for the hospital to arise. He was completely fine though. He lost a lot of intestinal tissue, but he ended up fully recovering. I think he can't eat like a lot of foods now though or something. But yeah, he had to hold it all in by keeping his knees to his chest while sitting on the floor, which apparently saved him. That's what caused it. It made it so that it was a lot less bad than it had to be. Yeah.
No, pulling them out with a winch was a rather exaggerated method. In a more barbaric way, they might slice open the gut, then cut the intestines out and throw them everywhere. It's quite imaginable that they did dreadful things like that too, isn't it? However, those being put to death are conscious. It must be far more terrifying than painful.
She spoke with pleasure, as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip.
Dude, Takano just needs to go to like medieval times and pay the $10 to go through like the torture tool museum. Alright? She didn't have to break into a ritual room. Like a deep, dark, dirty ritual room. She could have just gone to like a museum and seen this stuff.
I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears.
Perhaps Hinamizawa, or rather, Onigafutsu village, did something similar like that for the Watanagashi festival. Listen, if you try hard, can't you hear it?
I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why? Why only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to?
Are they? The bells. Yeah. Well, yeah. My sinuses are still messed up.
Takano-san, having realized she'd scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on her field trip through the ritual storehouse.
I suppose we've seen a bit of everything. See? This place is interesting, isn't it?
She says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason it felt like I was able to see all those horrible tools at once.
Kei-chan, look up!
Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there was a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages! For cages, they were very small. Crammed cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly.
What do they serve at medieval times? I will say their cream soup is very good at medieval times. We still haven't seen the platform thing.
So many big and large things of all shapes were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceiling were even hanging over our heads.
There are many of these sorts of bird cages among European torture devices. I'm surprised to see them in Japan as well. Kei-chan, is there something in there? A person? A mummy?
Where? Shion desperately pointed to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was in there in the first place.
I don't see anything. You sure you're not seeing things?
Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder.
My Barkun, after seeing this, have you come to believe in all of it? The countless terrible rituals passed down in Hinamizawa.
But wow, okay. In the tip it said there was a platform they used for drowning. It's supposed to be in here. Oh, is that it? Is the cage it? That kind of makes sense.
It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape, like torturous feasts, because of religious suppression and things of that nature? Inamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past. No more than a series of historical events. And in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Inamizawa as well.
Just as Europe had its Dark Age, Inamizawa had one too. That's how this should be taken. Even if these things all really happened in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with people living in Hinamizawa right now. Mayabara-kun, you really do like this village.
Oh wait, that's what I said.
Just as Europe had its Dark Age, Hinamizawa had one too. That's how this should be taken. Even if these things really did happen in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with the people living in Hinamizawa right now. It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile.
Takano-san, you're researching whether those customs survived into the present. You are, right?
Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today?
What I'm about to tell you is a secret, alright? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person. But the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished.
Shion flashed a devilish smile, as if reveling in the immorality of it.
Mayabara-kun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashiro-sama's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then will I be thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp while still alive? It is tonight, you know, the night of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
You're a sacrifice.
Takano-san said, bringing her face right up close to ours, as if to say that she had the choice. She'd rather suffer the curse.
I mean, I guess that was instant, yeah.
That was what she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about.
What I'd really like to do is search through the National Library for newspapers from the era, but... here it is.
A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at it.
This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse the victim of a murder in Onigafuchi village. An old newspaper clipping attached to...
An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale.
We don't have most police documents from the time anymore, so it's all based on oral traditions and memories. See? It's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout of a newspaper from the Meiji era. Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon?
Being a copy of a copy was kind of hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in an old Onigafuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't even in a state where it could be identified in the first place. It was missing a head and each limb was separated from the body. Skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife, with the entrails completely dragged out.
So, this body, you say, is just like a skin torso that's gutted.
The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult.
Do you understand what it must have been like? I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This was the first time I had ever been thankful for my lack of imagination. The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of tortures, and was killed brutally.
This true crime woman?
The author here also thinks that even after death, the remains were divided and dissected even further. The epitome of inhumanity.
Okay, wait, this is the face you guys wanted to see. Oh, that's so bad. Wait, I don't even think she has an equivalent of her evil face. I don't even think she has this face. It's just the same one she always has. She doesn't even have a face change. It's completely soulless, yeah. Literally less faces.
I'm of the opinion that the entire process was performed while the person was still alive, though. What do you think, Mayabara-kun?
She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then, when I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era, with all the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying. These tools, and as if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently. So, that creepy incident, what was it in the end?
The author says that, regarding Onigafuchi village's dreadful customs, they survived into recent post-Meiji days, and that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period.
This corpse, which at a glance had been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that it didn't feel real.
She's smirking? I can barely tell.
Was this an extension of the legends too? It happened in the Meiji era though, which is just too recent to even be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it. Okay, but even if it did really happen, it was a long time ago, right? I mean, the Meiji era ended 100 years ago.
That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it kept happening even after the beginning of the Showa period. Like with the uproar around post-war canned flesh incident. Oh, I apologize. That story was taboo, wasn't it?
Takano-san immediately stopped talking as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared. Oh? Takano-san, what did you just say? Canned flesh? Just then, there was a huge creaking noise! Everyone whipped around to look. It was Tomitake-san, who had opened the door slightly. Did I startle you?
Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices.
I'll pass on that.
Isn't there, wait, perhaps this is, like, it's already a problem that they're walking in here, not being, like, verified to do so, but isn't this also a problem letting in light to the place that's not supposed to ever see the outside world?
I'll pass on that. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature. Takano-san held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over, and everyone's going down to the stream. The festival will be over within minutes.
Oh, that's no good. My Vatican is just such a good listener, I couldn't help telling stories.
I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this.
Jiro-san, could you wait out front? I want to take a few pictures. There are actually a lot of tools I'd like to bring home, but obviously we can't do that.
Takano-san took out his camera out of his bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt. Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air.
I agree. Let's leave.
I did feel a bit of hesitation at leaving Takano-san by herself in this darkness. When I thought about it, though, I realized that whatever kind of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental image. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano-san there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse.
Yay! Torture!
Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, so their voices were very distant. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place. Well, how was it? Interesting. Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings. How did you fare, Shion-chan? Were you scared?
I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid, but seeing the real thing was powerful.
Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in the way worse state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. As Tomitaki-san grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself. Was Takano-san an adult about this... Oh, wait. Was Takano-san an adult about this little expedition? You know how she likes to seem like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited. Both Shield and I laughed and left that as our answer. Hopefully she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak something out of there, or mess with a ritual implement too much and break it or something. Right, that's quite possible.
Taking pictures of cannibalism implements oofies? Oofies? Yeah. There's 0 chance they're getting away with this. Yeah, they're dead.
She's alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket.
Yeah, I can see that.
Shion said what I was thinking. You're sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous.
I'm sorry. I ran out of film. Jiro-san, if you have any more, could I use some?
You heard someone jumping up and down. What was that? No one's gonna ask about that?
Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomitaki-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature. I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that.
Jeez. You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes by not stocking enough film for any occasion, you know. I suppose that's it then.
Tomitaki-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned to the heavy padlock we'd left beside it. Takano-san, you didn't sneak anything out, right?
How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish.
Click-clack. Tomitaki set the padlock back to the way it was. From the cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all. Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't get at least some cotton afloat, there won't be any point coming to the festival. Tomitaki-san spoke brightly, urging us all on, setting cotton afloat down the stream. I shake my head a few times, driving away my dismal thoughts of the double meaning. Kano-san, looking a little let down, kept turning back to glance at the ritual storehouse. Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to state your curiosity, right?
Oh, not at all. Everything I found only renewed my interest. All those stories and legends suddenly hold water. After today, I'm going to have to change the way I look at all of this.
Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. Still interested in all of this through and through.
I think this is a good stopping point. I had medical emergencies in the middle of the stream. I threw up in my mouth and my nose exploded into itchiness. It's like still raw. I can tell if I like touch it, it'll explode into itchiness again, but I'm okay right now. But I went much longer than I anticipated today. So, I hope you enjoyed this kind of... We learned a lot today. We learned a lot about Onigakutsu, and Hinamizawa. So, a lot of things to mull over. Now we know explicitly why Tomitake and Takano were targeted. We didn't know before. We thought like, oh, it's like rent. It's just because they're outsiders. But no, they definitely did something to piss off the gods. So that makes sense. Okay, I will wrap it up for today. I hope you enjoyed our wonderful little stream. And I will see you next week. I'll see you next week. Oh, mate. Mate. 1 moment, please. I don't have stream elements open. Loading. Thank you, White Drama. Thanks for persevering despite your nose problems. Have a good weekend. Yes, I apologize for subjecting you to my nasal issues. But I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you in the next one. I don't know what we're doing Monday, but we'll find out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Yeah. And I'll see you next week. Sound good? I really should take a shower, man. I'm so gross. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. Oyasumozu. Bye-bye.